Hi. My boss is calling me right now, so I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. No one's here, but what a way to start the stream with my boss calling me. I'm so sorry, guys. I am here. I am live. Mostly. Maybe Catherine's still here. Maybe Catherine. Who knows? Anyway, I need to get some reading done. It has been a chaotic week already. Hence my boss calling me at 7:30 on a Wednesday night. And I want to get some reading done. Right now, I have Abducted by Aliens, and now I'm trapped in a rom-com in my tagline. That's what I think I'm going to start with tonight. It just came in the mail yesterday. I really enjoyed That Time I Got Drunk and Saved a Demon. And this one has dinosaurs and aliens, and there's another map in my smut. I don't know what to do with that. But it looks like the world is called Waffles. They have pumpkin spice mountains, powdered donuts. There's a church of cheese and eggs in purgatory. Okay, this is the kind of smut map I can get behind. The other option in a smutty, silly kind of mood is Slaying the Sylphs. This is book 6 in the Haven Ever After series. So this is the one that starts with Getting It On with Gargoyles, which apparently was the thing that summoned me to the Roomies Literature stream last night. I just popped in apparently right after you guys were talking about my love of Haven Ever After. Very welcomed and loved and excited. Hello, Catherine. Have you read That Time? No. I got abducted by aliens and now I'm trapped in a rom-com. Ooh, which one are you reading? Are you reading this one? Are you reading a different one? And then the third book option I have is I do want to continue reading the Disco Space Opera series by Cat Rambo. So book 2, Devil's Gun, I have already started. It jumps in right after book 1. So it's a direct continuation and it's a silly, goofy time. Ow, this cat just keeps standing on my tits. Any opportunity, such a boy. This one, we could buddy read. Unintentional buddy reads might be the only way we can buddy read, Catherine. When we accidentally do it. How far are you? Because I have not picked up a single word yet. So I'll be behind you, but I'm down. That just gives me more impetus to read this one today. Buddy. Dude, bro. Clingy boy. Oh, okay, then we're good. I can catch up. He's literally going to try to nurse on my finger. He's a menace. Clingy little mama's boy. But anyway, nothing has blown up at the office. And she just wanted to give me a little bit more gossip from the end of the day while she was at her kid's basketball game. But my boss is also one of my best friends anyway, so hi, Bubbles. So it's just weird for her to call me after like 6 o'clock. No, I don't know. Sometimes I'm a speed demon and sometimes I am not. Yes. And we've got some messy people to gossip about. Not only do we have some messy people, we've got some messy situations going on because, I work in nonprofits and that's a bad time in the current administration of it all. So there's some stuff with that. We just got a new C-level leader who has already sussed out all of the bullshit, which is wonderful and a fun time for us. So my C-level, who's my boss, was just giving me the skinny. Giving me the skinny on what had transpired between when we saw each other at 4 o'clock and now. So how are you feeling, Catherine? Are you still sick McGee? You said you were losing your voice. Are you taking some time off of work or are you having to go into the rat race? Into the ripped bodice? Were you just posing? Were you just posing for Catherine? But tell me, dígame. You You seemed at least somewhat more human yesterday than Jayla did, I will say. You looked like you could function. You looked like your brain wasn't melting. At one point, I scrolled back to try to figure out why you guys flipped out when I commented in the chat, and I saw Jayla had just like tissue shoved up her nose. Um, that felt I felt that in my soul for her. I felt real bad. Oh, good. I'm glad you took a day. You need it. You need the rest. Hello, Hillary. Oh, The Rage of Dragons by Evan Winter. I have a lot of friends who are obsessed with that book. The In Real Life book club that I am in read it right before I started the In Real Life book club. So I did not read it. I probably will go back, but I've heard nothing but good things about this series for fantasy readers. So I hope that you're enjoying. Have you already started or are you just picking it up? Oh no, you're rereading. Elizabeth, read the stinking comments. But are you rereading it in preparation for book 2? Inquiring minds would like to know. Right, Ohan? Inquiring minds would like to know. Catherine's on a lot of meds. So it's emergency and kombucha against the world right now. You poor thing. But yeah, so work is interesting right now. And I had Monday off, but still didn't get a ton of reading done. I just kind of rotted. I had activities on Saturday and Sunday, and just sort of spent Monday doing some housework. I finished 2 books on Monday. So I finished This World Is Not Yours, which was a sci-fi horror novella. That was a NetGalley arc that I'm really behind on, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to do my NetGalley review because I really like the concept of this sci-fi horror, and the scary part of it was interesting and a little out of the current norm. But there was this whole semi-platonic, semi-romantic love triangle, and the melodrama of the relationships was really off-putting for me, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how I'm going to end up rating that one. And then what was the other one I finished? Actually, Ohan, do you remember? Do you remember what the other one was? I don't. Oh yeah, I've already blocked it out. All He Wants for Christmas is a Fingerling. I finished on Monday. That was the literature book for the month. Um, I started off with that one having a really grand, silly, goofy time, and by the end, I was just really ready for it to be over. It got weird in a non-fun way, if that makes any sense. I don't think that you guys were having a good time with it from what I could tell when I got there, Catherine. But if I'm wrong, if somebody rated it 5 stars, let me know. So yes, you wanted to pick up book 2, but couldn't remember all the details. Yeah, why not a reread? I really enjoy a reread of a good book. I have actually been considering doing another reread of um, Project Hail Mary because I did it twice in 2 years. Like I did it in 2022 and 2023. I had a great time both times. Like I'm down for it. Ready for a fun time. Even if it's a nostalgic time, because there's something comforting about a story you already know. And if it's been a while since you've read it, then you get to rediscover things about something that you already love. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I'm never going to judge a reread, even if you just wanted to reread it for funsies. But I hope you're having a good time. Running is absolutely necessary. Definitely. Reading Carrie by Stephen King. Well, I hope you enjoy that one, Lily. I've never read Carrie, but I enjoyed the movie. Um, my favorite Stephen King is Misery. I was actually just weirdly talking about loving Stephen King this Misery, because my boss, who called me at the start of the stream, was she got married at the same hotel that The Shining took place in, the original Shining movie. And there's a few other movies that were filmed there, including Dumb and Dumber. And she mentioned that she had shown her kids Dumb and Dumber to show them where mom and dad got married, but not showing them The Shining. Which fair, they're young. It just got born. It did. And then he pooped out some little baby potatoes in the dirt. Why were his clothes part of his body like the skin of a potato, I guess? I didn't like the brother. He seemed like a big old crybaby. Yeah, I wasn't vibing at the end. Read it in your 20s, now you're in your 40s. King is your favorite author. I love that. What is your favorite King though? I definitely have a favorite King and a least favorite King, but I've already explained my favorite King. I love Misery. I love um, that main character is just so unhinged in a way that is so eerily relatable, but also terrifying. Um, and my ankles hurt every time I think of it. Yeah, she's not a big Stephen King fan. I think she's just a Colorado fan. They just happened to get married at the Shining Hotel. Um, hey, Jean, I'm so sorry you have a migraine. I hope you get some rest. Um, what a miserable day for it. Is it freezing where you are? We just had an Arctic blast here in the US, and it's even cold in South Texas. So I imagine Canada's not warming up right now. But I hope you get some rest or starting a mystery novel. What mystery novel are you looking at starting, Jean, my dear? What are you thinking of? Looking for your new fave. You can't pick right now. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you're like, yes, that's the thing. And sometimes you have too many options to choose. Um, we had a very funny exercise with some friends where we were just asking each other very spur of the moment questions and like answer with like your very first thought. And that's how I discovered that my favorite Christmas movie is actually Scrooged with Bill Murray, because that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. My brain immediately, instantly associated favorite Christmas movie with Scrooged. And when I reflected on it, it makes sense. I don't disagree with my subconscious mind. It's an incredible movie. If you've never seen it, it is the most 80s retelling of A Christmas Carol that you could ever see. It has obviously Bill Murray, Bobcat Goldthwait, Carol Kane, Dexter Poindexter, Alfre Woodard. It's just he's a corrupt TV executive, and it's just a fun time. Love it so much. Just finished the Dark Tower series in 2024. Loved that series. I read the first Dark Tower. I don't think I made it past that though. Not for lack of enjoyment, just lack of time. Yes, and the lady from Superman 2. I always think of her as the lady from Indiana Jones. She's Marion in Indiana Jones, but I never remember her name. But she's in it, and I love her. It's such a good movie. It is an underrated classic. Hello, Faye. Trying to finish Horror Store tonight and also make progress on Personal Librarian. I enjoyed Horror Store. It's actually the only Grady Hendrix that I've read. I liked the concept of the physical book being an IKEA catalog. Really immersed me. It felt like the start of a Supernatural episode. Like at the end of the book, I could practically hear the Impala driving up, like the very beginning scenes of a Supernatural episode. And I mean that in a good way. Haven't read any more Grady Hendrix, but I will say I went to a Grady Hendrix author event recently for his Wayward Witchcraft book. And I don't know if I'm going to love every book that he's written, or every book of his that I've already purchased. I do know that if he ever comes through town again, I'm there with bells on. He spoke for a solid hour without stopping, except to aggressively chug water. He had a whole PowerPoint presentation. He rapid fire read us out the synopsis of at least three like crusty 80s and 90s era pulp horror novels. He gave an entire history of witchcraft as a pop culture concept from the 1600s on. It was incredible. And at the end, he took all of us through an incantation to honor those who lost their lives in false witch hunts. And the whole room started crying. It was wild and it was magical. And he created an experience that I would never have expected. And I wish that I could replicate. And if you ever have the opportunity to see him, I highly recommend it. It was incredible. Incredible. Including wind chill, it's -21 Celsius. What does that mean in freedom units? Because I don't understand Celsius. I know 0 is 32 in freedom units. -21 Celsius. negative 5.8. -6. It's too cold to snow currently. Makes sense. I'm so sorry, Jane. I could not live. I could not live the way you live. Except, that universal health care. It does feel like an episode of Supernatural, enjoying the humor and the scary. How far are you into the book? Like, have the images at the start of the chapter started getting dark? Because the catalog descriptions start getting a little interesting. The fact that we have 3 to 4 feet of snow, it's been slightly melting and then freezing. Oh, I love Scrooge, especially the little antlers. Oh, yeah, he does have little antlers at one point. I just love that movie. Freedom units? Have you never heard them called freedom units? Fahrenheit freedom units? Same thing, right? We're the only ones who do it. Who else uses Fahrenheit besides America? The bastion of pretend freedom. I love John Forsythe in that. They did some really good special effects. They did. It was again, unsung classic. Dexter Poindexter as the ghost of Christmas Past is just, and Bobcat Goldthwait is Bob Cratchit. And if you don't remember Bobcat Goldthwait, he had this awful voice, and he just sounded so pitiful the whole time. And as his life just devolved into worse and worse scenarios, it was just weirdly Schadenfreude coded, because he was essentially a low-level employee who got fired right before Christmas and loses everything. He loses his apartment, his wife leaves him and takes the baby, and he ends up just a drunk on the street. It's very, and then he tries to kill Scrooge, and then everybody sings "Put a Little Love in Your Heart" and it's fine. Everything's fine in the end. They have a whole musical number. There's a dance crew. I used to be really terrified of the Ghost of Christmas Future in that when I was a kid. I have a lot of memory of this movie. They're dark now, yes. 50 pages left. Oh, yeah, you're getting close to the end. Yeah, tell me if at the end you hear the Impala, because I did. I definitely distinctly heard the Impala. In the Woods by Tara French or The Whisper Man by Alex North. I have not heard of either of these, but I have heard of Tara French. Have I heard of Alex North? I've heard of Oliver North. Don't read his books. Don't do it, Jean. It's a mistake. Let's see what Jean's looking at reading. In the woods, which makes me want to think saying into the woods and out of the woods and home before dark. The Dublin Murder Squad. That sounds like fun. Okay. So, dusk approaches a small Dublin suburb in the summer of 84. Mothers begin to call their children home. But on a warm evening, three do not return from the silent wood. Ooh. Okay, what's the other one? Whisper Man. The covers are very similar vibes, Gene. Okay, so this seems to be a widower in a town with a dark past and a serial killer who's murdered five residents. So this feels more like adult crime and the other feels more like child crime. I could be wrong, but we can figure out one that will work for you. Or, bed, because you have a migraine. Whatever makes the most sense for you, my dear. Still traumatized by the trial of Oliver North. You're traumatized. He's like got a whole like media career here in America. We can't escape the man. They delayed my soap operas. Yeah, see, I had a love-hate relationship with the OJ trial, because it interrupted my after-school cartoons when I would get home from school, but my parents were watching it incessantly and having, like, grown-up conversations around me about the trial. So I was just the right age where the kids were also talking about the trial, and I had better information than they did, so I seemed really smart. I remembered towards the end of the trial saying, "We all know he's guilty, but they've bungled this so badly that he's gonna get off." And all of my little childhood friends telling me that I was an idiot, and then being proved right. It felt very satisfying. Not gonna lie, I like being right. Can't help it. But yeah, Oliver North is bad. Bad idea. He does write books, I think. Don't do it. It's a trap. If you don't know who Oliver North is, look up the Iran Contra affair. It's more blessings bestowed upon the American people and the world by Ronald Reagan. Cheers. Okay, so I think we have been chit chatting for a while, so I think it's time to read. What do you think? How long do we want to read for? Do we want to do 45 or an hour? Catherine and I are going to buddy read, completely unintentionally. I got abducted by aliens and now I'm trapped in a rom com. I really do like how StreamYard has forced me to consolidate this title. Um, it looks like a cry for help in my banner, and I'm not mad at it. So this is, like I said earlier, the author of That Time I Got Drunk and Saved a Demon. I do not know what this book is about. I bought it purely on the cover and the title. So let's see. Dorothy Valentine is close to getting her PhD in wildlife biology when she is attacked by a lion. On the bright side, she's saved. On the not bright side, it's because they're abducted by aliens. In her scramble to get away, Dory and the lion commandeer an escape pod and crash land on an alien planet that has dinosaurs. Dory and her new lion bestie, Toto. Toto. Oh my gosh, Kimberly. Her new bestie Toto are saved in the nick of time by a mysterious and sexy alien, Soul. On their new adventure, they team up with an equally hot and far more dangerous Locke, who may or may not be a war criminal. Three poorly aimed love darts later, Dory can't resist the two aliens. Catherine, is this alien polyamory? Who are very happy to explore their explosive sexual tension. As this ragtag group of misfits explores their new planet, Dory learns more about how and why they've all ended up together, battles more prehistoric creatures than she imagined zero, and questions if she ever wants to go back home to Earth in the steamy, laugh out loud funny alien romance adventure comedy romp. Catherine! I had no idea. It's the dream. I love a little poly moment. I hope they all kiss. I want it to be a little pile and not a dart. I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be like this. That's my hope and my prediction. I'm very excited. I love that author and the Save a Demon book. Well, it's brand new. It just came out yesterday. It's got a little pink dinosaur on it. I like that they reused the same model for the pink dinosaur on the back. Very excited. I didn't realize it was Polly. But is it Polly or is it White Shoes? I feel like I really just want it to be Polly. Have you read Ronan Farrow? I seem have bought Catch and Kill. I have not. I assume this is Ronan Farrow as in Mia Farrow's child. I've not read anything by Mia Farrow's child. I'm gonna go buy the book. Let us know what you think. It's not long, so we should get. It's not even 300 pages. We should get through this pretty quickly. It's Polly, Catherine. This is the greatest gift you could have given me today. Was just convincing me to read this and confirming for me that it's the Polly love story of my dreams. Aliens and dinosaurs and multiple people kissing. I'm here for it. This is gorgeous. Okay. So 45 an hour. Do we want to go to the hour so it's not quite either of those options? Thoughts, emotions, interpretive dance. Oh, it's the autobiography. Oh, good. I haven't read a good memoir in a while. I need to get on that. And I also have a new ambiance for us. So let me know what you think. It is on my channel already, but I wanted to have another option beyond the herbology one. That I only have so many downloaded to my computer because it's easier to just share a saved video. Some of them I've made on my iPad instead of my computer. But with that, let's get reading in this cozy little library scene. Hello, hello, welcome back. Welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? I might have gotten a little distracted texting my friend about Brendan Fraser. By friend, I mean, yes, my friend slash boss who was calling me earlier with gossip. We then started just chismeying about how adorable Brendan Fraser is. And he was jamming his little heart out at the SNL 50th thing to the Devo band. Fun fact, I met Devo. I did a whole museum exhibit for Devo. Um, but anyway, how did your reading go? I am reading I Got Abducted by Aliens and Now I'm Trapped in a Rom-Com. I am at the start of chapter 4, so about 40-ish pages in. Again, I got distracted by Brendan Fraser. I like this though. This is um a silly, goofy time. It starts out really funny the moment because she's essentially abducted mid being attacked by a lion in Africa. And the moment that the lion can start communicating with her is just hilarious and brilliant. Um, I like our little alien friend when he thinks she should have hooves and instead has feet. Um, It's been a little chaotic, but in a fun way. I really like the first line because she's researching meerkats, which I weirdly have an affinity for. But it starts with "Thick and Nugget, you evil bitch, stop murdering half the desert." Because meerkats are weirdly violent. There was a like TV series, I think maybe the BBC did it, called Meerkat Manor in the early 2000s, and my little nephew was so obsessed with it. So we watched it every week. And it brought me back her studying her meerkats to my childhood memories or my teenage memories with my nephew. Hello, Steph. How are you? If you're still here, what are you reading? I know I'm usually on the other side of this equation in streams. I was also just talking about our favorite mostly buddy our favorite buddy read of last year, with the three body problem, specifically talking about Death's End, because my friend who I made watch the TV show was really upset um, by the brain, and was as emotionally invested in that as we were. And so I finally today in her office was like, let me tell you what happens with the brain. And she just looked at me like this as it kept going. She was a little traumatized. But if you're still here, let me know what you're reading. And is it a silly, goofy time? Hello, Roger. How are you? It's chilly here. Um, I don't like how cold it is. We're gonna get a hard freeze tonight. Don't like it. I'm sorry, you're cold, but what are you reading, bud? Yes, silly, goofy time. Keep finish I finished Keeping 13 and deciding if I want to finish Bloodmark or go into something new. Hey, Desi. I don't know what either of these things are. But yay on finishing a book. What is Bloodmark? Why do I feel like it's part of um that Arthurian YA book? Am I right? I am right. It's the Legendborn cycle. So are you trying to get to book 3? Isn't book 3 already out? Did I make that up? I did make that up. Book 3 comes out like in 2 weeks. So yeah, you got 2 weeks to catch up. Only read 15 pages and had to do the dishes. I'm so sorry. Sometimes being an adult really distracts from the fun things. I did dishes while on a phone call with another coworker before making dinner. So now I have more dishes to do. Only on page 21 because I'm easily distracted, but having so much fun. I think it's a fun time. It's got all of her humor, but in a slightly different energy. And also already and where I'm at, I can see where there could be some world building. It's got some Ice Planet vibes, um, but with dinosaurs. Also, if you hear some shuffling, if you see the curtains, going crazy. As you can see, they're a little out of normal position. Ohan has the zoomies, and he's going a little wonky right now. And been in a Titanic mood. And after watching the animated video of the sinking here on YouTube, did anyone know that the Titanic hit the iceberg head on? It would have stayed aloft. It would have. The grazing of it is what sank it. There's a really interesting documentary. I don't know if the science is still like if the science of it is still accepted. I'll have to try to think of the title of it. But basically, they were hypothesizing that um, the ship itself could have been impacted by a cold weather mirage, like a hot weather mirage. Kind of drags the horizon down and it makes everything look like water. Whereas cold weather mirages can actually raise the horizon and could have made the water line stretch upward, masking the sighting of the iceberg for longer because it would have basically hidden most, if not all, of the iceberg behind an illusion, which was a really interesting concept. But Roger, please don't get too into the Titanic and suddenly come into money because we don't want to lose you like a billionaire at the bottom of the ocean. But speaking of, last year, was it last year? Maybe the year before, I read Ghost from the Grand Banks by Arthur C. Clarke, one of my favorites. And it was about 3 billionaires who were racing to try to access and lift the remains of the Titanic, and it is ill-fated. It might involve a submersible implosion. And it was written in 1991 or 94, so it was interesting. I think it wasn't last year. It must have been the year before because I definitely read it in the year of the Titan submersible explosion, specifically. Second in the Legendborn series. I'm really proud of myself for remembering this. I need to reread the Legendborn books before book 3 comes out. Well, obviously you've got 2 weeks, Catherine. Sounds like an audiobook kind of time. We have a signing on March on the 4th. That'll be exciting. I hope it's a good one. Hey, Julie, currently reading Galaxy in the Ground Within. We're almost done with the Wayfarers, Julie. This one was very interesting. It's very different from the other. It kind of reminded me of the story from Come From Away, if you're familiar with it, which was the story about a true story that also got turned into a musical and some books, but about 38 planes that were diverted on 9/11 to a small town in Canada and how the community had to rally to take care of themselves and, you know, a town nearly doubled in size. So there's some kind of Come From Away elements to Galaxy in the Ground Within, obviously on a much smaller scale because there's only like what 6 people involved. I also found that one so fascinating because it's the only story that had no humans in it. And it came right after Record of a Spaceborne Few, which had nothing but humans practically. There were a couple of aliens, but it was primarily a human story in a way that none of the other books were. And then this one like references some humans, but it's all very alien. Sorry about my ghost, guys. What are you thinking? How are you enjoying? Where are you at in the story? I'm here for you. I love the series with my whole heart and my whole ass. How long have you been sprinting for? Likely going to be reading The Mirror of the Beast. That was just our first sprint. I just started at 7:30. We chitty chatted for a bit after I finally got on sprints because I hit live and my boss / friend called me and I had to do some more gossip. And now we're here. So we'll at least have a couple more sprints before I have to go Mimi's. Definitely it has some Ice Planet vibes. Yeah. Except this is going to have Polly. Question, is there any poly or any queer where you were at in the Ice Planet series? I have been curious about this. With this many books, with so many books, in her canon, does she ever get a little queer or dabble in the multiple partners? Inquiring minds would like to know. Loving it so far. I can definitely see that it's inspired by the pandemic as well. I kind of love that there are zero humans. I also love that there are zero humans. I also love were they called the Laura? The species that hosts the hotel or like the station. I actually read Galaxy and the Ground Within, and then my book club picked the Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. So I ended up starting the series back over again pretty much immediately after finishing it. And there's a reference to that species in the first book of the series that had me cackling because it was basically from Sisyx's point of view about why they don't mate with the Laura. And it was just it was funny. It was really funny. And I love that she continued that thread from book 1 into book 4 in the same way that she continues Pei from book 1 to book 4. I love her. I love her so much. When did it come? I read them back to back to back, so I don't even know when Galaxy and the Ground Within came out. Was it a pandemic book? Galaxy and the Ground Within. When did you come out, Wayfarers number 4? I really need a new Becky Chambers book. I need it like I need air. Oh, it came out in 2021. I had no idea. I didn't even think about it being a pandemic book. I thought it had come out way before, so I just assumed. Interesting. I don't even know when these books came out. I love them so much. So fascinating though that she started this in 2014 and her last book is in 2021. I need a new Becky so badly. So badly. But yeah, it's really fascinating that there are no humans. Um and I like the guy. He's like a beetle-like creature too. Uh when you get to know more about, I don't know where you are in the books. I don't want to spoil anything about his character, but I found him really fascinating. And the sisters were really interesting. I feel like the character that we knew before going into Galaxy and the Ground Within, which was Pei, was kind of the one I cared the least about spending time with. And I don't mean that in a mean way. Her journey was very interesting. I just love the expansion of the world and the species that Becky gave us in that. Wait, there's both? I wasn't sure I expected it. She doesn't have a lot, but Corsair Brothers Bethia is queer poly. Well then, I'll get there eventually. But that's exciting information. I'm just excited that I got a little poly surprise. Um yeah. I still need to finish her first series. I never got past the first book. I enjoyed the first book. And I have the other two. I just didn't finish it because I'm a garbage human. They just had their second delay to 2 days, I think. Everyone's being closed off, but the shells are starting to crack. Yeah. Oh, so you're still pretty early on. Yeah. Have you gotten to see the museum yet? I think it's super. As a museum professional, I love the child's adorable little museum when you get to see it. Listening to the audiobooks after this point. I've never done the audios, but I will say rereading book 1 after book 3 was a fun, or book 1 after book 4 was a really fun exercise. And not just because I am obsessed with Becky and these characters. Considering I'm on what, book 9? I'll get there someday. Someday. Another fascinating little tidbit about the Titanic that you wouldn't notice from the 1997 movie, but one crucial design flaw was the bulkheads. Past the first 3 were, yeah, all the bulkheads stopped and they weren't capped. So the bulkheads only kind of ran vertically and allowed the water to spill over. So once you punctured multiple bulkheads, it just became a domino effect because you couldn't cap out a bulkhead and seal it off and stop the water from coming in. It just kept going. Um, so I don't know why they thought that that was going to be helpful. Those bulkheads were otherwise designed to be watertight, except they didn't have caps on them. They didn't have tops. They were just all verticals. I was actually just I've been talking for the last like 24 hours about an uh an underhyped like 70s era musical. I want to say it had to be like late 60s, early 70s. Maybe I could be very wrong on the date. But also written by the composer of Wicked, that had a cast member from the Titanic movie in it, and that is Godspell. Catherine, have you ever watched Godspell? I've had Godspell music stuck in my head for the last 2 days, and I have been talking about Godspell with anyone who I think would talk to me about Godspell. Um, and I haven't watched the movie in years and years, but I completely forgot that the chief from Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego plays the fun little hippie clown who sings about a pebble in her shoe to Jesus the clown, who wears a Superman t-shirt and clown shoes. Um, but it came out in 71. Where's the movie cast? Movie. The movie came out in 73, so that didn't take long. What is this guy's name? I always forget it. Victor Garber. Victor Garber of Titanic fame also played Jesus in Godspell with some fun hippie folks, some of them riding roller skates, singing some songs that are inspired by the Gospels and some songs that just had the right vibe. Because, like, the Pebble song, as somebody who has read the New Testament and the original Middle Greek, and a chunk of the Old Testament in Hebrew and Aramaic, that Pebble song is nowhere. There's nothing to allude to it in the Bible, and it brings me a lot of joy. Not at the museum yet, but excited about it now that I've heard about it. Yeah, there's gonna be a museum moment. I love her, the like owner of the space, and how she so wants to like make this spot comfortable and be hospitable and try to cater to a ton of different species. And like when you first get to a glimpse into the check-in area and she's got signs in every single language trying to make people comfortable, there's something very special about this very finite space that she created in Galaxy and the Ground Within. I just love her. I love her so much. I need her to stop with her sabbatical and get me another book. Have you read any of her novellas, Julie? Have you done To Be Taught If Fortunate or The Monk and the Robot? Because I have no more new Becky to bring to my own life. Sulfur was used in the iron, and sulfur doesn't like extremely cold water. Yep. The Titanic was doomed, unfortunately. And have you gotten into all of the fun conspiracies about the book Titan that came out about 10 years before about a ship that sank? Because that's also a fun one. That's a fun one. And then I read some people like it. And this might be your vibe right now. I was expecting something different from it. So this honestly might be a good recommendation for you right now, Roger. Because if you're into the Titanic history right now, there's a book by Alma Katsu called The Deep. and it is supposed to be a historical horror set on the Titanic. It is much more like historical fiction set on the Titanic with a lot of real or imagined characters, and there is like a supernatural element towards the end, and it also takes place partially on the Titanic's sister ship that went down during the war. Um, so yeah, that you might enjoy it. Um, it was a solid historical fiction. The horror elements were less what I wanted them to be. And I went in wanting horror and got historical fiction. Yeah, probably will. The algorithm now knows. Now knows. Getting all the Titanic facts tonight. So, fun fact, I'm a daddy's girl. I'm the only daughter. I'm the baby. I'm the baby by like 15 years. And uh the only Super Bowl that my dad has not watched of the Super Bowls that have existed. He's watched all of them because he's an old man. The only one that he did not watch was the year that the Titanic was in theaters, and my dad took me and my best friend to go watch the Titanic on Super Bowl Sunday, and he dealt with two sobbing 12-year-old girls instead of watching football because he loves me. And we still joke about it because my friend could not be convinced at the end of that movie that Rose died in the end. She thought she just went to sleep and that she dreamed the reunion on the Titanic with all of the people who were dead. And still to this day, I could probably text her right now and she would still affirm that she believes that Rose just went to sleep. And it has been an ongoing joke between my father and I for 28 years. Is that how long it's been? Yeah. Maybe more. I don't know. Math is hard. Um, and then he happened to come visit me. I was living in Ohio when they re-released the movie in theaters for the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic. They released it remastered, and a bunch of girlfriends and I decided we were going to go together. And my dad happened to be in town for a couple of days when we'd already made these plans. I was like, "Hey, you should come with us." And I think he thought about it, but he didn't want to deal with it again. Which respect, but it would have been really funny to have had him there in his like 60s with a bunch of women crying about the Titanic. And I had told the girls that I never understood why Rose went with Jack Dawson because clearly uh Cal was more attractive and had more money. And I stand by Billy Zane being more attractive than Leonardo DiCaprio. But the whole time, every time Cal got more and more dickish because he gets worse and worse as the movie goes on. He continues to get worse and worse until he's literally stealing a child to get a place on a boat, on a lifeboat. Every time he got worse, my friends would be like, Elizabeth, this? And I was like, yeah, I'd still tap that over Jack any day. I read both The Monk and the Robot. Did not know about the other one you mentioned, so I'll be checking that one out ASAP. Yeah, To Be Taught If Fortunate is a standalone novella, and it gives queer, exploratory, interstellar vibes. Um, yeah, so if you enjoy Becky Chambers and you enjoy Interstellar, you're gonna love that one. It has like that sort of jumping around, exploring multiple planets energy. I had family members on the Titanic. Oh, they were never heard from again, so I assume they're down there. Makes you feel weirdly connected to it. I don't doubt that. You're not weirdly connected to it, you're connected to it. If they were never heard from again, then yeah, I'm so sorry. And was it just like a couple or was it like a whole chunk of family? Do we know how many folks you may have lost? They would have been in steerage. Yeah. Yeah, I don't there weren't a ton of folks who made it out of steerage. Sorry. Um, I'm planning a trip to New York in a couple of months, And there's a hotel there that I've always wanted to stay at called the Jane, and it was eventually a sailor's home. It was built at the turn of the century, but it is the hotel where the survivors of the Titanic were put up after they returned to New York. And I've always been really fascinated by that connection. It's beautiful and historic, and the staff all still wear the little red bellhop uniforms, and it's got these beautiful common spaces, and they have like almost like sleeper cars on trains, almost like pod rooms or capsule rooms at hotels, but all of the common spaces and the rooms with en suites are all under renovation right now. So all of the beautiful common spaces that I want to go explore are inaccessible to me. And while it has always been claimed to be a really safe place for women staying by themselves in New York, everybody's saying like, I've stayed here for years. I'm not staying here again until this is done. I don't feel safe anymore. So womp womp. But check out the Jane because the photos of the historic spaces are beautiful. I mean, the history of the Jane's really fascinating, but not gonna be staying at the Jane. Bummer. Dog named Jackpot. You want to call him Jack at this point? I get that. Oh, Jack. Paint me like one of your French girls. Your grandfather's aunt and uncle, and I think a couple of cousins. He was at the launching with his mother. Oh, wow. So he got to see them leave. And then they were just gone. That must have been eerie and weird. Ugh. Yeah, you're not just like weirdly connected, you're connected to the Titanic. Fascinating, Faye. My one of my favorite YouTubers is Caitlin Doty of Ask a Mortician fame. She has a few books out, but she's been taking mostly a sabbatical from content creation because she's working on a Titanic book. So I'm very excited to see her take on the Titanic and what happened to those that we did find. Because we know what happened to those that we didn't find, but very interested in her interpretation or her take on the history there. I've always enjoyed her content. Death is so weird, especially from a distance. And death is weird because grief is hard too. I think because we intrinsically shy away from grief and those really heavy emotions, death, even death that doesn't directly touch us, can both frighten and um, fascinate, because it's layers of grief that you can't process. They're not yours to process in a lot of senses, and at a lot of times you can feel that. I feel like that was the way for 9/11, was like I wasn't directly touched, but it was still impactful, and that grief was still relevant, but it wasn't mine, if that makes sense. Yeah. Death is weird. Death is weird and scary and hard and fascinating sometimes. Yeah. Ask a Mortician is great content. She was definitely a pandemic spiral, which, talking about death a lot during the pandemic was real healthy. Did you watch her? She did a really great one, maybe a year or so ago, about the journey that JFK's body took after the assassination, and like the context around the journey of that body, but also the impacts of uh, The American Way of Death, which had been a huge best-selling book around the industrialization of American funerals, impacted Jackie's decision making and her preferences for Jack, but not what she ended up doing for Jack, because he was the president and she had to do what was best for a president's body and not her husband's body. Very fascinating if you have not watched that one. I do have The American Way of Death. Um, and a stack of death related books that I want to do a video on, like death nonfiction. And I want to do like uh like reviews from a cemetery reading books about death. Too weird? I really, really want to do it. I have all the books. I've picked out the cemeteries. I've got a friend who's going to film for me. I just have to read them, do that reading thing. What's that? Why did Captain Smith order for more speed after getting multiple ice warnings? Sometimes you tempt fate. You really do. Pretty sure I've watched it, but I need to rewatch to get all the details again. It was interesting because there are a lot of things that you think of up to the point of, like, you think about the assassination of JFK, but what happened in those, 48 to 72 hours afterwards? I mean, maybe it was extra fascinating for me because I grew up north of Dallas, but I was also the kid of a Bostonian. So anytime her family came to visit, we had to take them to where we killed Kennedy. That's what they said. Where you guys killed Kennedy. It's like I had no direct involvement. I did not know Lee Harvey Oswald. I did not give him the gun. But I could give you a tour of the school book depository or the sixth floor museum as it is known, with my eyes closed. I could take you through that place because I've been so many times. I also have friends who work there now, but like I weirdly have visited the sixth floor museum more than probably any other museum in Dallas. Because like, take us to where you killed Kennedy. It's like, cool. Let me show you where I apparently killed Kennedy. Not too weird for me. Okay. At least one person will watch this video if I ever manage to make it. I'm still in the middle of my John Scalzi vlog. I've got all the current content edited, and I need to jump into Collapsing Empire next. Because I bought them all. It was on Book Depot or whatever it's called, Book Outlet. I don't remember which one. But it was $5 for all of them. Why not? Oh, so I need to get into the Collapsing Empire next. I just don't have the mental energy to do anything other than have a silly, goofy time. Also, Catherine, if you are still here, I just saw before the sprint ended your close friends where you put us on the fridge with a magnet and then talked about how you didn't value the opinions of men. And it was beautiful. It was a great moment. It was I needed to give you some applause. Everything about that was perfect. Everything. The ship can't sink. She's made of iron. Yep. If you've never watched it, this is an older one. But Princess Leia's mother is the star, Debbie Reynolds. But as a kid, I loved The Unsinkable Molly Brown. Um, and if you've never watched it, it's a jolly good time. Titanic and all. It was a perfect moment, Catherine. I love that you went from I don't care about the opinion of men to be like, I will fight you. Also, I'm sorry you had to do an interview or like a panel while you're feeling so cruddy. I hope you have a kombucha in your hand right now. I'm about to switch from my sparkling water to my favorite Olipop. I buy it by the case. There's only 2 flavors of Olipop that I have deemed delicious, and one is apple and one is grape, and they make me feel like children. They make me feel like a child. But the apple they never sell in stores near me, so I have to literally order the apple one. But they're tasty if you've never tried it. The ones that taste like sodas are gross, but the ones that they're just like straight up sparkling fruit juice, delicious. No complaints. The mathematical certainty. Okay. So Roger's homework is to watch The Unsinkable Molly Brown, to find out about the Titan conspiracy, and to watch The Unsinkable Molly. No, to read The Deep. by Alma Katsu. We got homework for you, Roger. Anybody else have some Titanic content for Roger? There's also a really really bad like Titanic cartoon that came out a long time ago. Not good. It's not good. Okay, what are we thinking? We ready to read again? I want to get back to my dinosaurs. Yeah, Molly Brown being played by Kathy Bates was perfect because Kathy Bates also looked so much like Molly Brown. They did a really good job of casting lookalikes in the film. But Debbie Reynolds is still like the Molly Brown of my heart. But I love Kathy Bates in anything. This brings us back to one of the earlier conversations in the stream, where I talked about how my favorite Stephen King is Misery, and it's partly because my first introduction to Misery was the movie, and it was Kathy Bates. And she got an Oscar for that movie. So I had Kathy Bates in my head the whole time I read the book, which worked for me. She's amazing. Has anybody tried to watch it? I know this makes me sound very like a very old person, and I get it, and I am an old person. But have you tried watching her new version of Matlock on CBS? It started airing when I was stuck at my parents' house after my mom's heart surgery. So we were watching it together while I was there taking care of her, and it was so good. She really is crushing it. It's really entertaining television. A Night to Remember is good too. Oh, A Night to Remember is good. I haven't thought about that one in a while, but it was good. But not there's a Titanic horror movie where like the ghosts of Titanic victims possess people on like a new version of the Titanic. Don't watch that one. It's very bad. Okay. I would like to get back into the adventures of Dorothy Valentine and the alien and lion accompaniment. I love that her bestie is a lion. He's very sassy. Um, so what do we say to maybe to the 15 or to the 30? What do we think? Do we want to do closer to 45 or closer to an hour? Thoughts, opinions, interpretive dance? If not, I will just pick. I will pick for us. I'll be a goofy little goober. So we're almost at the 40. So the 30 would be 50 minutes. And 20 would be 40-ish minutes. Catherine says an hour. Catherine says an hour or else. Okay, so we're gonna read until the 39. We'll be very specific about it. No, we'll read to the 40. I don't need to be that facetious. Okay. Nope. Catherine, you don't get to backtrack on it now. You declared an hour. I know you need like 15 minutes to mess around and then 45 minutes to read. I know this. I see you. I am you. I'm here for you. So we're doing the hour. Okay, see you guys. Um, how did everyone do? I got really distracted, and then my mom called to talk about 90 Day Fiance. I somehow got so distracted I lost the bookmark I was planning to use, so I'll use my reindeer readathon one. I only made it another like 20 pages, but it's already got some more world building. I am not mad. We've met both of the male love interests in this poly storyline. Um, we are also having a conversation with the aliens who abducted her, and we know why she was abducted. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at this book at all. At all. Having a great time. Need to actually read it, but here we are. We had a pop in. And I'm sure you were not still here, but glad that you came. Hi, Alicia. What are you reading tonight? What is the vibe, and how did you like whatever you got to read during the sprint? Hey, Joanna. I'm at least doing one more sprint. I don't know if I can do more than one, because I'm an old lady and I have work tomorrow. But yes, at least one more sprint. Faye finished Horror Store, loved it. Very Night of the Trekkies. I haven't read that one, but it sounds up my alley. But couldn't you hear the Impala? I heard the Impala. It felt like everything that happens in an episode of Supernatural before the boys show up in town. Like you can practically hear in the last scenes Sam at a diner saying, "So get this," you know? Hello, hello. What are we reading tonight? What is the vibe? Excited to read that one. Yeah, it showed up yesterday. I completely forgot that I pre-ordered it. And it's a wonderful surprise to my week. I get 2 silly, goofy alien books to read in this month because I also read the Ninth Ice Planet book. My mother called to talk about something else, and I was telling her about the book that I started, and she's like, "Are they blue?" I said, "They're not blue, but they're not unlike the blue aliens." Um, I also just found out why there are dinosaurs on this planet, and it's really fun. You're gonna have a good time with it, Joanna. It's very, very fun. I've only read 20 more pages, but did finally record a couple of reviews on your past few reads. Look at you go, Catherine. I'm proud of you, friend. Proud of you. I still need to do my review for that NetGalley arc. That was just really mid. It was a bunch of drama llama that didn't need to be there. Still at the beginning, but I am loving it. Yeah, it's so fun. It's got such a fun little humor. I'm obsessed with Toto. I don't know if you are, but I'm really obsessed with Toto. So you're probably about where I was when I started reading this sprint. Like, can she understand her big alien buddy yet, Catherine? Have they got into the cave? Or is she only talking to the lion right now for you? I wonder if anyone's written fanfic. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure someone has, because if you can conceive it, there is fan fiction for it somewhere. Just finished Bitter Bite by Jennifer Estep. Estep? Let me see what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know if anybody here has been following the Kendrick Lamar and Drake drama, but the absolute clownery that Drake is currently getting for Call Your Padre, um, I'm living for it. It's delicious. He's getting clowned so hard, and it's so justified because it's not good, guys. It's not good. Bitter Bite. Ooh, was it good? It's got really good ratings. It's like got mostly 4 and 5 stars on Goodreads. People seem to love this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Are you going to be reading another book by Miss Estep? 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 Or are you going to move on to something else? What are your vibes if you're going to stay for another sprint with us? Toto is very funny. I really enjoy Toto. Yeah. You were almost there. You were almost to the point where you can understand him. And the first conversation that they have really gave me the giggles. Really gave me the giggles. Unlike the first conversation that they have in Ice Planet after he's already buried his faith in her business. Got to part 2 of Mare of Beasts, but for the next sprint, you're going to start House of Earth and Blood by Sarah J. Maas. Catherine definitely knows a thing or two about that one. I do not. I think that's book 2 of that series. If my context clues are correct. I've never read a Maas. Now that I know they're all connected, I don't know if I'm going to read a Maas. So that's a commitment that I'm unwilling to make personally. That's a lot of books. 2 more books that you want to finish before Sunday. Oh, good. Are they big chunkers? What are you looking at finishing before Sunday? And have you started them already? Or are you just like starting and reading and finishing? Questions. Hello, Viviana from New Jersey, reading Spark Joy by Marie Kondo. Kind of tired of novels. Sometimes you need a break from novels. I get that. I definitely spice things up with nonfiction here and there. I did a lot of nonfiction reading in my like undergrad and grad path. So I find a lot of comfort in nonfiction. But right now I'm finding comfort in a silly, goofy time. I hope you enjoy Marie Kondo though. I have a lot of friends who've read and loved that book. I'm a clutter goblin to a degree. And she makes me feel bad about my desire for trinkets. But I hope you enjoy. Yes, hello, Viviana. Having a nonfiction moment tonight. So, Reader's Retreat, what are your 2 books that you want to finish by Sunday? And is there a reason why it's Sunday and not just the end of the month? Just curious. But yeah, Catherine, if you're getting close to the start of chapter 4, which it sounds like you are, you're getting pretty close. She's gonna meet the other guy pretty quick for you. Do we know if this is gonna be a series, Catherine? Just curious. We've met a new character in Mycene beyond the two male aliens. And he's cracking her humor is just too good. She's cracking me up with this book. Say hello. Ready for them to understand each other. Yeah. You'll also figure out like this is also where she figures out why she can understand and how to make sure that it translates. It's very interesting. Like it has to be, right? Do we know? It has to be. The other one's a series. If your debut is a series, I feel like I got abducted. Shocker, it's literally Cosmic Chaos #1. Cosmic Chaos #1. Oh, smut. Let's see if she's already got the second one. No, she doesn't have the second one in here yet. But it does indicate that it is probably a series. I am only 60 pages in, and I am glad for that news. Middle of the Night by Riley Sager and Terminal by Kathy Reichs. Almost done with them. Have less than 200 pages left in them. Oh, yeah, you're getting close. You could do that by Sunday. I believe in you. I totally believe in you. And if you're getting close to the end in thrillers, that's usually when it picks up and you want to like excuse me, jam it out. I don't know the second one. Terminal Kathy. Oh, this is part of a series. Wow. Goodreads really did this book dirty. It doesn't have the page count on it. It does say that it's book 5 in a series, but the book description is just books in Goodreads. I've never seen the like before. But one of my friends has read it and rated it 4 stars a year ago. But it's just the description is books on Goodreads. I wonder if it's that way for all the books in this series. Virals. Virals the first one got a. Oh, okay. So this is related to the Bone series. Interesting. I should tell my mom. She's been like weirdly obsessed with Bones lately. I never would have known this existed. Thank you for sharing. My mom would be very pleased. But obviously, you're enjoying it if you're all the way to book 5. I'd say that's a good sign. Joanna, what are you reading? You asked if I was going to be sprinting for a while, but then didn't tell me what you're reading. Unless you did, and I've just completely. No, you just said you want to read I Got Abducted by Aliens, and now I'm trapped in a rom-com. So what's the word, Hummingbird? What's the plan? Also, Catherine, you never told me your opinion on Godspell. Do you have an opinion on Godspell? I feel like you should. I feel like you should have an opinion on Godspell. Oh, I've had friends give really mixed reviews for Watermoon. I've definitely not tried to pick it up yet, but the cover is stunning. I really like the look of it. I convinced a friend to buy it just on the cover alone, but I don't even know what it's about. Is Goodreads going to tell me that you started reading it when I look at it? Yep, it says that you're on page 195. Very creepy, very fun. Oh, I remember this now. A woman inherits a pawn shop where you can sell your regrets, and then embarks on a magical journey when a charming young physicist wanders into the shop in this dreamlike and enchanting fantasy novel. Yeah, the cover's stunning. It feels ethereal. You can understand the mixed reviews. Are you having a mixed time with it right now? Are you having a good time, or are you having a mixed review time? Inquiring minds would like to know. Um, Also, have you done the bingo board for the month? I need to start dropping in some books into the Galentine's bingo board. I have been woefully behind on many a thing. Many a thing. You're having a mixed time, but I like it. You like it, but at the same time, the plot is kind of all over the place. I think that could make sense. I mean, there's something about it that's giving me almost a Midnight Library vibe, and that plot was kind of all over the place. You were kind of jumping around between all of these different lives, and then it was just sadness. But I could be very incorrect on that. I've not read this one. You're doing the board. You have 3 spaces left, so blacken it out. Look at you go. I haven't put my things in to see how well I've done. It's been a slow reading month for me. Usually the start of the year is really good for me. But I started the year off down a staff member, doing the work of a few people, then started February onboarding a new staff member while dealing with a staff member who is underperforming really massively, but tried to demand a promotion. It was a fun time. Yeah, I've never once in my career of all of my times of managing people had somebody in one conversation say, I don't agree with you that I met your expectations. I've never gotten anything less than exceeds expectations on a review and you need to change it. And also I see that you've posted the position that I should be reporting to between the two of us, and I don't understand why you didn't just give me that job. It's like, I see that you don't think I'm exceeding your expectations right now, so why didn't you promote me? That was a legitimate conversation that I had with one of my employees in January. It was an interesting time. But it's all sorted out, onboarded people, doing better. But yeah, it has hurt my reading. Definitely hurt my reading. That didn't stop me from finishing the potato shifter romance, though. Sounds stressful. Being a manager sounds horrible. It's good when it's good. But it's kind of like doing group projects in school sometimes. And it can be frustrating at times for sure. And I ended up inheriting a whole like chunk of our business. So that came along with that came employees that I didn't hire. Um and there's been some like growing pains with that of them having to adjust to having a new boss with different expectations. So it's been a fun time. Yeah, that happened a few months ago. And we're doing okay. It's just it my expectations were a little higher. And it's been an adjustment for some folks to just make sure we're getting the job done. Um, but I know Catherine can attest to the fact that being a manager sucks balls sometimes. But I love my job. I love the company that I work for. I love a lot of the people that I work with. So all of the frustration is pretty moot when you deal with that. But I was a little flabbergasted by the audacity. I'm not gonna lie, because that was. I doubt she has any real like perception or understanding of how any of that came across, because it was practically within the same breath. And the like cognitive dissonance between those two statements was just real um confusing. But I probably shouldn't put that on the internet. But yeah, sometimes you girl boss too close to the sun. Uh, and you get to deal with the consequences. And then your boss calls you at 7:30 at night to give you the hot goss from her kid's basketball game. But yeah. So, has anybody listened to this terrible Drake song that he just dropped? Has anybody? It's bad. It's so bad. It's so 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 bad. And I'm still not over the halftime show. It was gorgeous. It was amazing. I got to watch it with my boomer parents who did not understand a single thing that was happening. Like my dad, he kept saying, "I don't understand what he's saying. Hey, look, it's Samuel L. Jackson. Hey, it's an American flag. Isn't that great? Yeah, isn't that great, Dad? Don't think too hard about this." He just like did not get it at all. It was real precious. Yeah, but you can imagine. Yeah, I don't listen to Drake anymore ever since he used AI to simulate Tupac's voice. I didn't know about this. That's gross. That's gross. On top of the other actually really disgusting things that Drake has done. I don't listen to Drake ever, but right now my algorithm is flooded with people making fun of this new song. So that's really the only way I get fed Drake content is when the algorithm sends me people who are making fun of Drake. Also, I just saw an interview the other day with Childish Gambino with Donald Glover, who I adore Donald Glover. And he actually said in that interview that This Is America originally, when he first came up with just that line, and the initial thought of the song, but originally This Is America was supposed to be a diss on Drake. And it ended up becoming something very different, but like the original concept was against Drake, and that was honestly beautiful. Kendrick smiling directly at the camera made me scream laugh. It was incredible. When he called Drake's name and looked him square in the eyes, had the whole stadium screaming A minor. Oh, I also like genuinely giggled so hard when he just popped up and said peekaboo. It was so silly. It was such a silly moment. And I appreciate that he gave us that little bit of humor in a heavy set. Man will never beat the tourist allegation. No. No. Uh I don't understand how people still give him money. I don't know how people still give him money. The moment I really freaked out was when Serena popped out. I was really surprised to see Serena, and that was a glorious moment. I also liked having to explain to my parents why he made a big deal out of bringing somebody out and then that person didn't sing anything when Mustard came out. That was a really interesting thing to try to explain to 70-plus-year-old white people. But I'm trying to think of the last time my dad actually enjoyed a Super Bowl halftime show. And I think it might have been Bruno Mars. He weirdly loves Bruno Mars. No, he liked the Lady Gaga show. Never mind. He liked the Lady Gaga show. That was probably the last one that he liked. Because he had no concept for Shakira. And didn't like Katy Perry. But yeah. I can't imagine. I don't even try with that stuff. They kept asking questions. Like they didn't understand it, but they wanted to try. And eventually you just have to say this isn't for you. Like I get you don't understand it. It's not for you. Like it's not for you. It's not even for me. I'm having a great time. It's not for us. It's not for you. It's sort of for me, but it's not really for me. It's it's a big statement. This is a moment. And as he has said before, I can sit you in front of the Louvre and you won't see the picture. Like some people just can't see the picture. And at 73, I don't think you can see the picture. And that made them very angry. But I had to try to explain why Mustard was a big deal, and that was really funny. Um, that one will stick with me. That was the most explaining I've had to do in a halftime show, I think. Hello, Christine. How are you? How was your day? Are you sticking around or are you just drive by helloing? And if you're sticking around, what are you reading? Catherine and I are both reading I Got Abducted by Aliens and I'm Trapped in a Rom-Com, and we're having a great, silly, goofy time. Recommend. I'm only 60 pages in and I'm already recommending it. I don't see this going in a bad way. This is a great time. The Bruno Mars one was really good. Yeah, Bruno Mars is really talented. I do find it really funny how much my dad loves Bruno Mars. He really my dad will know about a new Bruno Mars album before I ever will, and I think it's really hilarious. Doing some editing. What are you editing? I'm so excited. Digame, what are we gonna see? I still need to catch up on your Kindle reading vlog. I'm behind. How is that alien romance? Not only is it an alien romance, Christine, she has a talking lion companion, and it's gonna be Polly. Not even a wide shoes, it's gonna be Polly, Christine. I'm living my best life here. Talking lion companion and Polly. Aliens with dinosaurs. And her name is Dorothy. She's named after a NASA computer. But she names the lion Toto. Toto. So I have no complaints. No notes. It's funny. It's cute. I'm sure it'll get sexy here in a little bit. One of her two. I've met both of the companions so far, and one of them's very charming. I have boomer parents also. I have to explain most things like AI and Zoom. Thankfully, your parents aren't football fan. Oh, my dad's a big football fan. And my brothers are disappointments. So I have had to fill the like watching football with dad void in the family. So I don't love football, but I can speak football and I can engage with football. This year, did I mostly read Ice Planet Barbarians while the football was happening? Yes, for the Super Bowl. But you know what? I knew it was happening. And when he wanted to start talking about the plays, I could still talk about the plays. So I did my part. I really did my part. I'm in it for the commercials. 60 pages. I love it. Talking lion. Toto's the best. Yep. Toto the talking lion. Where is Mo to sing When I'm with the Wizard? Or the I can just hear her in the distance singing Wizard of Oz songs behind you somewhere. Oh, Viviana, you have not read any alien romances. Well, you have two big alien romance girlies in the chat tonight with Christine and Catherine. And I love a good alien romance, but I am not quite the connoisseur that these two ladies are, but I love them. I feel like this one might be a solid starting point for an alien romance because there's no early dubious consent so far. So far, I don't know. We might have some dubious consent later, but Ice Planet definitely starts with some dubious consent. Oh yeah, and Joe's also a romance girly. Highly recommend Ice Planet Barbarians. Although I will say, I do warn people to start Ice Planet Barbarians in the physical if you are triggered by grape. Because the audiobook and the Kindle version have a very jarring early scene that is edited out from the new physical versions. So if that is something that is uncomfortable for you, you can read it physically and escape that moment. I don't know how the rest of them stack up because I haven't read any of them digitally yet, but that first one, I had a few friends who read it that way and were very upset with me for recommending the book to them. So I like to trigger warning people. You send her to do the dishes. So Mo's just singing about the wizard while washing the dishes. It's very Cinderella. Very Cinderella. Dishwasher needed to be unloaded. Love an alien romance. It's so fun. Yeah, Christine, you need to read I Got Abducted by Aliens. Again, I'm only 60 pages in, but I think you're going to love it. We got a ragtag group of misfits and everything. Read a few nonfiction alien books. Interessante. You always forget about that. How do you forget about it? The version I had deleted it. Yeah, I read the first one physically, but I had friends who went and read them either audio or digitally. And they got jump scared by that scene. So I don't this one doesn't have dragons, it has dinosaurs as terrible lizards. I don't think it's gonna have any dragons. There's a reason the dinosaurs are here. So But I don't know if Ice Planet maybe has dragons eventually. It feels like the universe is wide and expansive. Catherine, does Ice Planet ever get dragons? Do they sell alien romance books at Barnes & Noble? Yes. They will sell this at Barnes & Noble. They will sell Ice Planets at Barnes & Noble. And Ruby Dixon does have some dragon romance books. She does. She does. And so does Lillian Lark, who is the author Catherine got me to read because of literature with Deceived by the Gargoyles, and that is really what started my monster romance journey. Is Catherine and gargoyles. those are the things. You shall. Let me know. Let me know when you read it. Did you also pick up I know I picked it up when we were at Romans. Love and Other Conspiracies. I really enjoyed that one. My bestie picked it up, and we very rarely like love the same book, but we're both kind of in a romance era right now, and she like 5-starred it. She's waiting for the next book to come out. I've had two friends read it and really like it, but I feel like you maybe picked it up, or we just talked about it. Yes, Ice Planet Barbarians is at Barnes. Love the Abduction. Yeah, listen to the audiobook, but you were warned, so you weren't surprised. I just like to warn people. Like, you can do it if you're not triggered by it, but I just like to warn people if in case it might be hurtful for them. Might check them out. I have read just about every other genre, and I'm getting burned out. These are kind of popcorny. Like, you don't have to think super hard. It's just a silly, goofy time. An alien romance is just a silly, goofy time. You want to talk Catherine's good, Rex, dude, keep read a soul to keep. You want to talk Catherine's good, Rex. Catherine's got those good, Rex. The books from literature that I end up still talking about are Catherine's, I'm not gonna lie. But I also mostly only read Catherine's, Rex. I did read Moe's this month. I read Moe's. And I've read one of Amanda's. And I want to read The Half-Orcs Maiden Bride. I just was not able to get into that one when you guys were reading it. So I missed that train, and that's on me. That is not on you as the chooser, Christine. Ruby Dixon does have Dragon Shifter series. It does have a Dragon Shifter series. Conspiracies, you say? Do I have that on my shelves? Need to do a book on it. Yeah, I don't remember if you picked it up or if we just talked about it. But it's like a girl who works for essentially a BuzzFeed type group, and she's trying to find a new show. It ends up like picking up a conspiracy theorist podcaster to front a show, where they just like kind of like Gawker, is it Gawker? Go around and like investigate paranormal shit. And I had a really good time. I really liked it. Soul to Keep was I need to continue that series so badly. I have not gotten there, but I really enjoyed it. I didn't know Something Without a Face could be that sexy. Catherine, you chose well. I too need to read the rest of the series. Christine's definitely obsessed. Half-Orc is a silly, goofy novella, but still #Turnip5ever. Turnip is is Turnip the main character, or is Turnip like a friend of a main character? I can't remember because I didn't read it. I'm so sorry. I need to read more of the Ruby Dixon canon, but that girl writes too fast. I can't keep up. Trying to record the books on my shelves, but it's such a process. Well, especially when you have a lot of those little historical romances, because then you can like double and quadruple stack them. I feel like you can get a lot of a mass market on a shelf if you are so inclined. I miss a mass market. I feel like we're missing a mass market in the modern book landscape. So when I see a book in a mass market, like a new book, I sometimes get really excited. And I do stupid things. Like I picked up To Sleep in a Sea of Stars in a mass market, which means that it's over 1,000 pages. Why did I do that? I'm never going to read that. It's so many pages. Really is. I love your special edition video. No, I love Catherine videos. I read the arc of that one and it was X-Files-ish. Oh yeah, so you read the new one? The second book in the series, because it is giving X-Files vibes for the second book. Because it's not necessarily a direct sequel. I think it's like set in the same universe. I'm very excited about it. Also, I keep yapping about book 4 and A Soul to Keep. Elizabeth, you must read it. Which one's book 4? Is that the male? Book 4 and A Soul to Keep. And do I need to read them in order? I do want to read the second one because I really like that male main character who was just so dumb in the first book. He was just so dumb and precious. Soul to Keep. Opal Rain, which now makes me want to sing Purple Rain for some reason. Oh no, book 4 is not the male one. This cover is gorgeous though. She's stunning. Look at her. When did we get the male one? Was that? Oh, we don't get that till 6. Is book 6? Book 6. I thought there was another one. Am I making that up? No, just book 6. My bad. Yeah. I need to continue on. I didn't realize that we were already up to 8. Oh no, here's where it's 8 where there's also. Oh, it's not male. It looks like we actually have a female Duskwalker in book 8. This is coded female to me. I could be incorrect. Yep, nope. Zyla, she seeks out a companion. And she stumbles across broken and injured Jabez. Yeah. I need to continue this on. That should be like my goal for March. Even if Catherine's not going to do Monster March Madness, I should do monster romances in March just to get some of them off of my lingering TBR, get some of these series going. Sorry, my mouse is not mousing. There we go. Have you read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I have read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the whole series, a few times. In fact, last January, I reread the whole series with Sam from Love Sam and Emily from My Chaotic Shelves over on Instagram because we do a sci-fi buddy read. We started it last year and we're continuing it this year where we read a sci-fi book together every month. And last year we started with Hitchhikers because neither of them had read it and I wanted to do a reread. And Sam and I read all 5 books in the month of January last year. It's amazing. If you've never read it, it's great. I don't know that I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Like I'd recommend it to anybody, essentially. I love it. I miss Douglas Adams very much. Turnip is the MC's old wizened nurse. Okay. Funny sidekick character. Okay. It didn't feel like main character energy. Turnip didn't feel main character. Love a mass market. Love a mass market. Oh, why don't they give us more mass markets? I feel like it's a dying thing because they want their money. Elizabeth, you answered your own question. It's capitalism. They don't give you that because of capitalism. But one of my favorite things to do is I do like to read old sci-fi. Or like nostalgic sci-fi, and I do like to pick those up in like crunchy used cracked spine mass markets. There's something really satisfying because that's how I read a lot of like Arthur C. Clarke and Hitchhiker's Guide was on these like teeny used mass markets. So there's something really comforting for me in reading them that way. No, just read Love and Other. Come on, there we go. Come on. My clicky don't want to clicky. Oh, I thought you got real fancy and Berkeley was actually giving you an art for the other one, but the next one seems more X-Files. Because I think we actually have an agent in the story trying to collect all the Patricia Briggs books in mass market paperback. Dumb Boy is book 2. Yeah. I like downloaded book 2 and thought about starting it, but then got distracted by something else and didn't. The problem I have with recording my books is I've yet to find a program I like to record them all in. Yeah. Like I have a website/program that I like for my comics. Because I have a pretty dense floppy collection for comics. But I haven't found a system for books that I like enough to stick with, if that makes sense. And I also like intake and output books a lot because I don't have a ton of shelf space in my house. I don't have a lot of walls without windows because it's an older home and it didn't have air conditioning originally. So they built it so that it could have a cross breeze in pretty much any room you're in. So there's only so many spaces for bookcases. And so I don't get to keep a lot of trophies as a physical reader. So book 4 is an Oracle. Yeah, she gives Oracle vibes. I like it. Lots of world building and the best plot. See, and my favorite Ice Planet is 4. So maybe my favorite Duskwalker is going to be 4. MC is fine. Fine. Oh, a meow even. And I do need to read the books in order. Thank you for that clarification. Don't go skipping ahead. Don't treat it like a Bergman situation. I didn't do that with Bergman. I read them all. I agree. Listen to us, Elizabeth. I do in all things and in all ways. Guide me, oh oracles. Like I follow your teachings. I thought that was made really abundantly clear many years ago. But skip 2, it doesn't matter. I didn't hate book 2. I like the dumb guy. The dumb guy gave good energy. There was just something that slowed me down. Do we get to see more of Spider Mama? I like Spider Mama. Speaking of Catherine's Rex and historical romance, I need another Rex, something on par with Sarah McLean. Ooh, I have some historical mass markets that Catherine recommended to me that I need to read. Maybe it's just to like maybe I just need to show Catherine all the books that I have purchased because Catherine has recommended them to me, and Catherine needs to pick my TBR for March based off of the things that are already in my physical possession or available on Kindle Unlimited. What do we think? Oh, you know why I don't like it. I won't say it here though for the children. What? Christine, remember when you told me the ending of the Poppy War trilogy so that I could be angry with you because I was never going to finish it? Maybe you should drop this reason in our messages because now I'm very curious. Did you read Joanna Shupe or Adriana Herrera? The S? What, Viviana, what is the S? I read Adriana Herrera. I tried reading The Bride Goes Rogue by Joanna Shupe, but kept DNFing it. Oh no. Whichever works. Well, whichever. I got lost. I'm too behind. I'm editing. I'm very curious about what you're editing. I'm very excited. Whatever it is, I know I'm going to watch it and love it. The Strand Bookstore has an amazing selection of mass market science fiction novels you've been many times over the years. Oh, dear Viviana. I'm planning a trip to New York this year, and where I'm currently planning on staying is not far from the Strand. So what I'm hearing is that I might have to pack light in a big suitcase. Because I already brought back a whole freaking carry-on of books from LA. Kerrigan Bryn. Burn. I'm obsessed with the Highwaymen. People who read books out of order stress me out. Same. I actually don't read books out of order pretty much ever. I'm trying to think of if there is an instance where I've done that in recent memory. I don't like reading books out of order, but I have a weird ability to always purchase the third book in the series without recognizing that I'm purchasing the third book in a series. Where I'll just be like, this looks like it's right up my alley, and nowhere on it does it like say that it's a continuation or say that it's book 3. And I'm not a person who necessarily thinks to pull up Goodreads or Storygraph in a bookstore when I'm there. And the amount of books that I have purchased at book 3, both new and used. And then I'm just like, oh, great. I hope I like 1 and 2 because now I'm stuck with 3. It's ridiculous. I need to get some sleep. See y'all later. I have sprints at noon Eastern tomorrow. So reading sprints at the Reader's Retreat at noon Eastern tomorrow. I will be sadly working. Womp womp. So much pressure. So much pressure. Yeah, these things do happen though. Oh my gosh, I just realized my cat destroyed my reading journal. This is the band to keep my reading journal shut, the elastic. One of these stinkers has chewed through the elastic of my reading journal. My poor bumblebee. I haven't quite finished all of my setup yet because I'm behind everything and I didn't film my setup for 2025 yet. I'm gonna do like a flip through of it, but there's a couple things I'm really proud of in here. Like my shelfie this year, I did like a wall mounted, like a bracket mounted shelf this year after the mid-century one last year, because this one was last year's. So a little different vibe. Need to update a lot of things in here. But yeah, I have like I think maybe one spread still to do. No, I think maybe I've done all of my spreads for my actual annual setup. I need to finish out some stuff in January, and then I'll film like a video of everything up to that point, and then try to catch myself up. The new year just started awful, so like just chaotic. So I need to catch up on my reading journal content. It's the thing that does the best on my channel. And then my cat had to go and destroy my journal. Hello, Raven. Oh yeah, too much pressure. I believe in you, Catherine. You've never steered me wrong. But also I think Christine and I at one point were talking about picking each other's TBR at one point, sometime last fall, and then we never followed up with each other. Reading Poppy War in May. I hope you enjoy it. I'm not a fantasy girly. And it was well written. It was a good book, but at the end I was like, cool, I'm done. I'm done. I don't need more. Because it's just not my vibe. Why are you also is there a Poppy War read along happening in May that I'm unaware of? What's happening? What's happening in May? You have to read the Highwaymen and 9 Rules to Break when romancing a rake. I have 9 rules to break when romancing a rake because Catherine told me to buy it. And I have it at a lovely mass market on the other side of the room. I'm very excited about it. I even picked up The Collapsing Empire specifically in a mass market set. Because it was dirt cheap. I got the whole set for $5, but also I get a whole trilogy of mass markets for my John Scalzi taste test video. Very excited. Just purring in my lap currently. a book-themed hotel that is Astor. I'll have to look at that. See if it is in the right spot for my plans, my cunning plans. Who in the heck would read books out of order? A lot of people do. And then like people make up their own orders for things. Like people are like, don't do publication order for these. You have to read it in this weird order. And sometimes you have to close your eyes and tilt your head and then read Brandon Sanderson this way. Sorry. Yeah, a little triggered there. But yeah, I do know people who read books out of order. I have not. I can't think of an instance where I have anyway. I did go through a really I know a lot of people who read Bergman's out of order, actually. I know a lot of people who have read Bergman's out of order and will tell people that you can read Bergman's out of order. What was I going to say? There was something I was going to say in that vein. But it's gone now. Flitted right out of my head. Starting Joanna Lindsey, but people keep recommending I start with like the third book in a series. So people are telling you to start late in the series. It's like people who tell you to skip the first season of a TV show too. Gentle Rogue, exactly. New York has a book-themed hotel. Each floor is themed with different genres. Is there a sci-fi floor for me? That could be a fun time. The HR community loves reading out of order. HR? Like human resources? Joanna, help. Who's HR? Who's HR? Oh, historical romances. I got there. We got there. Loves reading out of order. They really do, and I hate it. Here we go. I was not the only one who was like, what? Historical romances. But why? We're all deeply confused. All the books follow different characters, so you can read them out of order, but honestly, I feel like you miss a lot of context that way. There's always Easter eggs. There's always like little bits and pieces for you to discover in a series. I think Catherine meant same as she obsessed with the Highwayman too. Oh, not that she's also reading the Poppy War in May. Thank you, Joanna. I was very confused as to how you were both suddenly going to be reading the Poppy War in May. Oh, also, Joanna, we didn't end up in the Discord, didn't end up picking that Lana Ferguson Loch Ness Monster romance, did we? If we did, what month was it for? Because if we didn't, I'm planning on reading that in the near future. So I'm a publication order truther. The author wrote them that way for a reason. So you were not one of those people who would have attempted. I had some friends who had not watched Star Wars before the prequels came out and insisted on watching the prequels first. And that's not the way to watch Star Wars. It's not the way to watch Star Wars. It doesn't make sense because it's not the way that George Lucas did that. So curious as if you have an opinion on that. Don't ask me about my long-running beef with the modern publishers of the Chronicles of Narnia. There is a better order than the publication order for Chronicles of Narnia. Yes. Yeah, Narnia is kind of an exception. If books are in a certain order, then that's how the author intended them to be read, right? My brain can't make sense of this. Oh, Julie, seems we have the same viewpoint on it. I thought human resources community too. I had a lot of meetings with HR today about some trainings that I'm helping them plan. So I was just like, why is HR so like out of whack? Oh, wait, I will say there are some series where I have just dropped in, specifically with monster romances. So like Um, The Orc from The Office, also a Catherine recommendation. I read that one and the book that came after it because it's about a gargoyle, but I have not read book one. Didn't need it. I might go back for it, but didn't need it. And then there's is it The Gargoyle's Captive? Um let's see. Of the books I've read that have gargoyle in the title. Yeah, The Gargoyle's Captive is part of the Deal with a Demon by Katie Roberts. I only read that one. I just jumped right in, read the one I wanted, and jumped right out. So I didn't read them out of order. I just selected the one I was interested in. So I made a liar of myself. I have sort of read them not in order because I didn't read book 1 and 2 to get to book 3 on that one. You're in sync. Yes. I will very much not be reading the Poppy War. We didn't, but you plan on reading it next month. Let me know. Because I don't know if I'm gonna get to it before the end of February, but it's definitely on my, like, I want to read it soon. Because I really liked Fake Mate by her, and I believe that anybody who has encountered conspiracy theories, especially cryptids, has a pet conspiracy theory or has a pet cryptid. I think anybody, if you've been exposed to enough stories about cryptids in your life, you have one that you enjoy the most, and in your heart, you secretly would like to be real. And for me, that is Nessie. Um, I've loved her since I was a child. I, from a childhood, believed her to be a dinosaur that was just trapped in Loch Ness. So I do gravitate towards a Loch Ness monster. So seeing like romance where they turn into a lake monster, I'm here for it. Poppy War, like the flowers, yes, like the flowers. I used to watch the prequels first, but that's because I was a child and I didn't know better. I was a full-on teenager when those movies were in theaters. I can forgive reading slash watching things out of publication order if it's in chronological order, which they did. If anybody's watched the Three Body Problem series, the TV show, there is content from book 2 and book 3 in the TV show for season 1, which should just be book 1. But it's because it took all of the chronological time and smushed it into the same timeline in the story. So they took the stuff from the right timeline and put it where it belonged chronologically, if that makes sense. So like I was okay with them screwing with the timeline because it made sense. Like I don't have to go back in time now later on in season 2. I just get to get all of this context first and upfront. Or if one has read it several times and doesn't want to go in order. Yeah. I think we did pick the Kimberly Lemming book you're reading for next month, though. The thread is already open, so you can leave your thoughts if you'd like to. Okay. I'm just ahead of the curve on this one. I'm sorry I'm not reading it with you guys. I just got really excited when it got delivered. But I think you guys are going to love it. I'll leave comments. And I'll make them spoilery appropriate. Headed to bed, but this has been fun. Feel better, Catherine. Get some good rest. It's very late for you. It's getting late for me. Good night, Catherine. Best pizza joints at Bleecker Street when going around City Vigilante, and know your surroundings. Crime is pretty high. The world's a terrible place. Unfortunately, these things are true in many a place. Heck, when I went to LA, I led Monique straight into a bloodbath. It was a theater show, but we did get covered in blood. I still need to edit that footage. It was a funny time. Okay, if we're gonna do one more sprint, we have to do it now because otherwise I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. So let's do like a 45-minute. If I can do that math. Now I want pizza. Here's a weird thing. I will crave pizza, but I don't like pizza when I get it. Like, it doesn't satisfy the craving anymore. Okay. Looking at 20. Let's see. We might just do this. It's a little shorter than 45, but that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Heading to bed. Oh, it's almost 1. Have a good night, Julie. Thank you for joining. Get some rest. Okay. I'll see you guys at the 20. Bye.
Wait.
Sorry, guys. I noticed Christine said goodnight, and then I recognized that I passed the time because I was in the middle of the first spicy scene. Um, and we have nodding. Fair warning, we have nodding. And they might currently be knotted and being chased by velociraptors. Page 90 is where I got to. So I'm not mad at I got abducted by aliens and now I'm trapped in a rom-com. So how did everybody else do? Good night, Christine. Viviana left us. All you had to say was dinosaurs and I'm there. Yeah, there's dinosaurs. There's big pink T-Rex on the cover. I've met the big pink T-Rex. Or maybe not this one, but I've met a pink T-Rex. And now there are velociraptors. There's been a stegosaurus and a mosasaurus in the river or in the lake water. Also the talking lion. Yeah, it's a fun time. Like in the description on the back, it says that as this ragtag group of misfits explores their new planet, Dory learns about how and why they've all ended up together, battles more prehistoric creatures than she imagined, parentheses, she imagined ... zero, and questions if she even wants to go back home to Earth. The first sex scene was good. And it was an all-in kind of occasion. She does crack a why choose joke. Yeah, I'm already like a third of the way through this. Yeah, if you are considering picking it up, I'm not mad at it. And it looks like it's going to be a series. The acknowledgement is short. It says, to anyone brave enough to embrace your weirdness, and to my agent Courtney for not batting an eye when I pitched an idea involving aliens, dinosaurs, and Tamagotchis. I haven't gotten to the Tamagotchis yet, but we might have Tamagotchis. I didn't get anywhere in my book, just browsing Goodreads and book of the month. Oh, did you find anything good, though, Joanna? What were you reading again? I don't remember. And hopefully you get some reading done soon. Sorry, I got the old lady in my lap. She's being real cute. She's being real cute. It's cold, so she's very cuddly. But anything good? I've never purchased a book of the month from Book of the Month. I have gotten Book of the Month accidentally from Thrift Books. I have gotten Book of the Month from friends and from used bookstores, but I've never just like bought Book of the Month from Book of the Month. Food coma and woke up to a dead phone. Oh no, but still managed to read 6 pages of House of Earth and Blood. That just means you've got what, like 900 more pages to go? You've got this, Roger. So many pages. Oh yeah, Water Moon. And you were feeling pretty mid about it. So I get why you could get distracted with Goodreads instead of reading a book you're feeling pretty mid about. I feel you. And you guys are reading this next month, right, Joe? So this will be fun. Finish Dating and Dragons. It's a D&D YA romance. Yes, I have this. Do I have this one or do I have the first book in the series? Yeah, I have Dungeons and or Dating and Dragons. I have Dating and Dragons. One of my friends really liked it and liked the sequel a lot. Did you enjoy it, Christine? It was okay. Yeah, my friend really liked it, but it also is written by somebody in Ohio, and she's from Ohio, so it felt very familiar to her. But she made me buy it, and I have not gotten to it yet. This review is not inspiring confidence. She also, I sent her a copy of The Next Big Fling for Christmas because the author's local and does a lot of events at my bookstore. So I got she's been talking about it. So I got one personalized and sent it to her. And that author is local to my area. And so as my friend was reading it, she lives in Salem. Now she just kept texting me, "Hey, is Havana Bar a real place?" Yes. "Hey, is this a real place?" Yes. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next time she comes to visit, I'm just gonna have to take her on a next best fling tour of my town. Drama and Dungeons is the first one, which I think is referenced a lot in the second one I read. Yeah, I have the first one. I have whatever the first one is. Really like Next Best Fling. Yeah, set in my town. Havana Bar is real. In fact, I was just talking about Havana Bar while I was driving through downtown with some friends, like the day before she asked me about Havana Bar. So that was funny to me. And I think the second book in the series involves the bartender from Havana Bar in the book. But yeah, we had the author for Season of Love, which is the Sapphic holiday romance series, in doing like an author talk, and the author from Next Best Fling was the moderator for it. So that's when I got it signed. And they had a naughty pop-up that night. So like a local spicy shop like set up a little pop-up with like novelties and hats and accoutrement. And it was really cute. I got a great hat and some fun items. It was, yeah, great time had by all. I like a bookstore that will sell you things other than books sometimes when the occasion calls for it. It was interesting. But they're also the ones that brought in Grady Hendrix, and his author talk was unparalleled. Whether you like Grady Hendrix or not. Hilariously, I didn't realize it when I was there, but one of Steph's patrons, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for. One of Steph's patrons was also there, and I think we like at least interacted a teeny bit, but we had no idea that we were both patrons for Stephanie Bookish until we both posted our pictures in the Discord. You know, BookTube just brings people together. So funny. So funny. All right, anybody else have a good time? 'Cause I think I'm about to collapse. It is midnight 30. And I gotta go be a boss lady tomorrow. Although half of my employees are gonna be out of the city for an event, so they can't cause too much trouble for me. But any last thoughts? Any interpretive dance? Um, any songs to sing? I'm a very important boss lady.
I'm not, but I have to take a lot of meetings and be boring and fix problems. I do a lot of fixing of problems. Love you. Mwah. So nice to see you in the chat. And I should have reacted with more gusto when you showed up as you reacted to me yesterday. So I apologize. It's been a long night. I let you down. I should have been more enthusiastic in my greeting because that made my whole day yesterday. I was like, whoa, what happened? It was very sweet. Anyway, appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you've had a great night. I'm sorry that we didn't do a ton of sprints tonight, but it's Wednesday and I gotta go be a grown-up tomorrow. But I'll see you in the next one. Life is life. Life is lifing. I'm not great at planning these out with more advanced notice than 2 hours in most instances. So if you enjoyed sprints, if you like to jump on sprints, please consider subscribing or following me on Instagram because those are the only 2 ways that you would know that I would do this. And I don't warn you for more than a couple of hours. But appreciate you guys. Have a great and wonderful night, and I'll see you next time.